This is a video book. Every word on screen, no sound, pure focus. Think about one habit you wish you could break. Now imagine replacing it with one that changes your life. Atomic Habits by James Clear is your roadmap to lasting success.